Hello. Hello. No, there was no audio. I muted it. I was muted for a minute. How are we doing? I've gone for more of a view of the sewing machine today. Well, partly so you could see what's going on a bit better, and partly because I don't really want to be on camera so much today. My blooming preview is paused again. That's very annoying when it does that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're starting off without the good mic in again. Last night I did a little bit more progress, and so where's it gone? We have a new skirt panel on now, but more than that, look at this, we've got a pocket. Wow, lovely pocket. See, ooh, some grop. Love a good pocket, and it's a pretty big one too, so you can fit lots in it. Hopefully it will survive anything too heavy. We'll see, because this fabric is not super stable, but I did go over it twice. So we're going to do that on the other side now. Let's turn my machine on. I've got my corset on ready for trying on waistband and stuff as well. It's looking a bit dirty now, my corset. Bless it. But that's why it's an undergarment. Could move half a house. That might be a bit overstating it, but sure. Right. It was a bit of a pain to do. We need to get the next sew the pocket bags on first, and then we sew the pockets together. So, hello, Stephen. You have Cat on One Screen Cricket on the radio. Well, you don't need a screen for that, do you? How's it going? I think I did 5 inches down on this one, which was a bit far, but there we are. That is what I did, and I don't want to undo it, so we're going for 5 inches. It might have ended up slightly higher than that. Or maybe I did 4.5. Did I do 4.5? I did do 4.5. Oh, that was good of me. Okay, 4.5 inches from the top. Just had driving lessons this morning. Oh, how did it go? Right, top. 4.5 is here. I want to get the other stuff in it. Let's double check that's in the right place. Get out of here. We'll have Crisp Cat later again, by the way, don't worry. Well, you guys can't see this. I had to go more forward with it, I guess. Okay. You miss Crisp Cat a lot? Well, don't worry. Come back later. Really well, as long as I can overcome my nerves, I'm pretty confident. Hell yeah! Need to find a solution to the charging issue. The solution is to get a USB hub. I was looking at it this morning, but I mean, there's no point getting them one right now. So, and by we you mean I. You use we a lot when in the chat. I'm like, mate, this was a bit of a royal we. Well, the opposite of a royal we, I suppose. Just sounds more polite. Does it? I don't know. Don't think it makes much of a difference. Maybe I'll go a little bit rotatey that way. And you can see a little bit more. And saying you need to find a solution. Well, yeah, I guess. But you could also just say, I don't know, there must be a solution. I don't know. I just find it funny. 3/8 of an inch. Where was 3/8 again? Wait, am I doing 3/8? Yeah, I'm doing 3/8. That was line number 1, I believe. Oh, I could take this one off now, actually. I mean, it'd probably be better if you guys were on the other side, I suppose, of the machine. Potentially. Or like behind me or something. When I raise someone after you say we did this when it's really we did that. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I guess it's, most streamers will say we, right? Instead of I. But I don't think I often see people in chat saying we for the, like, the streamer. I don't really see it that way round as often, so I don't know. It humours me. It's when you've got like this much skirt, it does get a bit heavy to lug around. A little bit annoying. I hope these streams are somewhat entertaining anyway. Okay, pocket bag on one of them. So we'll go this way, and then we get a matching one on the other side. Here it is. And it will, well, underneath it will go plonk, and we'll have a pocket. But there'll be a gap here. So we just need to sew this one to the other side at the same height. You like how big that pocket is? It's surprising when you put your hand in it though that it's not that big. It's like really tall, but the bit that is actually past the opening is not that deep. But yeah, it is pretty. It's pretty big overall. It's tall, like I say. So I think best way of doing this would be to clip these two pieces together. A bottle of water. I do say a bottle of water. People might say that's posh, but yeah. Because someone saying a bottle of water would be because they're particularly London. People outside of London drop their T's, but not quite to the same extent. It's such a classic British meme. It is, that and Tuesday. It's Tuesday, innit? But everyone says Tuesday. I don't understand I don't understand that one. Like, everyone says Tuesday. Oh, I've kind of got this the wrong way up. That's fine. I've heard that one before. Yeah, it's Tuesday, innit? And they spell it with, like, as if you're chewing food, you know? I have dropped T's more than I would like. Blame living in and around London. Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, I do drop some T's. But just not as many as the memes would have you think. You know? I think I drop T's when it's like, instead it's a glottal stop a bit more. Well, I didn't. Well, no, because the others are glottal stops. Well, it doesn't make so much difference to a word, I guess. Good day, good day. Oh, you've got a little subby. Who could have given you that? You've been here before, but I can't. I'm so sorry, I don't recognise your name. I'm not always super good at remembering people. Okay, I think that's in the right place to go together. So we can take that off. It should also match up here. It might be a little off. I think we might need to bring it just up a tad potentially. Yeah, let's move it up just a little bit, because we need these to match. Otherwise, it's not necessarily going to go too well. There we are, put an extra clip on. Although I'll take this one off pretty quickly. Actually no, it's all going to be at the bottom. They'll probably pass images. Websites that are written badly. Great! You realise, Edit, that I don't necessarily care that much about your work updates. I'm so sorry. I just don't. You're very new, but yes, I'm loving the colour of fabric of my skirt. Thank you. I tried to go for Victoriana. This lining fabric is an absolute nightmare. Also, by the way, if you stick around, I will be using my better mic later. It's just because I can't charge my phone and use the mic, and I thought it'd be better this way around to have no mic first and then good mic later. I'm just trying to get this in the right place, but I'm having a right moment doing this. It's because the pieces are different lengths, I think. Probably because my cutting's a bit questionable, in all honesty. But now it's really high. How has this happened? It's right at the bottom, kind of. Okay, it needs to go back down a little bit. I mean, I shall measure it from the top. Can't wait to see when it's finished, and I can hear you just fine already. Yeah, you can hear me, but like it's bad quality, and I have to kind of shout a little bit. Okay. Oh. It doesn't work, right? Because I put it on the wrong side of the blooming panel. I put it on the bottom, on the skirt hem. That's why it doesn't seem right and it's not working out. For God's sake. Oh, dearie me. Okay, we've got this side going to this side. We need it here. That is incredibly dumb. That was incredibly dumb of me. Honestly. Well, it's a good job I noticed now. So, 4.5 puts it here. Also, can I just say I hate working in inches, but unfortunately all the patterns from Truly Victorian, which is the make I tend to do, are American, so everything's in inches. But what the heck is 3/8 of an inch supposed to be? It's really annoying. And it turns out it's because, like, 1 inch inches are in eighths for some ungodly reason. But good God, so it's not actually too bad, 3/8 of an inch. But just why? Compared to centimeters, where it's just 3 centimeters. Ugh. UK does use inches occasionally, but we do mostly use centimeters. We are largely centimeters based. But the odd thing is in inches for some reason, like height. Height is in feet and inches. We do a weird mixture of measurements in the UK. Wait, so yeah, so it would go like that. I kind of just want to find out if I've got the pocket at the right height. See the portion of, like, oh yeah, we've been using centimetres for many, many years. Most patterns these days for sewing will have like centimetres and inches if they're a British pattern, because some people are still used to what we call old money. We don't use gallons. We don't use gallons, we use litres. So petrol is in pence per litre. But we do use miles. It's a complete confusion. You get used to it if you live here, but yeah. Okay, we need to move this one up a tad. You can leave, please. Let's just clip the tops together. Why does the British gallon still exist? Because it just does, I don't know. Just because no one uses it doesn't mean it just leaves this plane of existence, I guess. They might be used in something like brewing. Then we use feet instead of metres. No, we use metres. But we'll use... Okay, so... the length of something is in metres. But for height, we'll use feet and inches. And for distance, we'll use yards and miles. But for length, it's centimetres and metres. And so if you're like measuring a 100-metre sprint or something, or just measuring anything, they'll use a metre, one of those metre thingies on a wheel that goes click, click, click for each metre. You can get ones for yards for that, but they're generally people use metres. I think what it is essentially, colloquially, like on day-to-day basis, a lot of things are imperial still. But for anything that's vaguely scientific or engineering, we do use metric. Oh no, everyone knows it's a mess. How's this so far out? It's known to be a mess. And then we also use pints for milk. But we will also use... But they do also have litres on the milk ones. So we do have both for milk. They'll generally have litres and pints on the milk bottles. But like most people would do it in pints. Colloquially. But as the rate is going, it's easy to gauge. Yeah. It is a mess when you're trying to measure anything, but if we want to measure anything, we just use litres, milliliters. We use metric for anything that needs measuring. If it doesn't need measuring, a lot of the time there'll be an imperial version too. But even then, like, I learnt to bake with I learnt to bake with ounces because my mum taught me how to bake, and she was taught at school back when metric wasn't even a thing. So I can do I can do ounces for baking, but most recipes will be in grams. UK pie is larger in the US pie, and the UK gas is also in the US gas. Why? We still don't use cups, at least. We've never used cups. If it doesn't need measurements, you do not need measurements. Disagree. I want measurements for everything. Everything needs measurements. But, yeah, so, I mean, it is a right confusion, but if you're used to it, it's fine. Old recipes will be in ounces. Pounds and ounces, but modern recipes will be in grams. Occasionally you'll get a recipe that's got like both listed. If it has both, it tends to also have cups, just to fully do it all. Oh, we have fluid ounces and we have milliliters. If you're going to go to a pub, you get a pint or half a pint. But a can of, I don't know, Coke or something is 330 milliliters. I meant, when I said without measuring, I meant like without getting your like scales or whatever equivalent out, you know? Which is where something like a pint or whatever comes in handy. Half a pint, this sort of thing. I don't know, it's just like leftover from before metric. And a lot of people were used to it, I suppose. Curse US recipes is true, and curse US blimmin' sewing instructions. Okay, I do kind of want to make sure that my pockets on left side are at the same height as pockets on right side. They might be a little out. If they're a little out, I don't mind. Interesting to learn. I'm sure there's even more examples. I didn't know you can use metric for large file. Oh yeah, we have mostly transferred into metric, but a lot of day-to-day stuff is in imperial still. Basically, kind of depends how old it is. Okay, so this one is 4.5, pretty much on the dot. There's a bit of backlash about it, especially when grocers were told how to use metric. Yeah. But, I mean, it is good, really. Anything vaguely scientific, we will use metric and standard units. You know, SI units. I would say that's 4.5 also. So our pockets are going to be at the same height, which I like. I like that. Let's do this one. Wait, no, I already did this one. Let's get them together. Didn't know UK. Oh wait, yeah, I knew Australia uses metric for everything. Yeah, I guess that's because they're a bit newer in a way. Cups are for volume, not for weight. Cups are so confusing. Things and try to estimate the quantity of different density ingredients. Yeah. Egg change or cause backlash. Australia had the same when they went from imperial to metric, but then collective agreed a few years later that metric is far better. Yeah. I mean, metric is better. I quite like baking in ounces still though, just because I don't have to be precise. just because it's built into it, and with baking you don't need to be like super necessarily precise a lot of the time. Because if something says grams, at least before when I was a bit younger, I'd feel like I had to get everything right to the gram. But getting it right to the ounce is a lot easier. So for someone like me who was a bit of a perfectionist, I guess, a stickler for the rules, yeah, it worked a lot better. Okay, right sides together. So I can recommend doing doing ounces for baking if you're someone that really struggles. I'm just weighing kilograms. My scales don't go up to kilograms. They don't do kilos, I don't think. They do ounces, pounds and ounces. They do grams or nothing. They might do fluid ounces as well, actually. My scales. I'm not entirely sure. That'd be a bit fun, wouldn't it, if it did fluid ounces? What is happening here? Oh, bugger me, I've done it wrong again. A 100 grams. Fair enough. That'd be a centigram, I suppose. Scale is a bit of everything. Yeah, I've done it wrong again. I don't mean to alarm you guys, but I'm a bit sleepy today, but also I'm talking to you guys about about units of measurement. Okay. Your recipes that cook several hundred grams usually specify in ons. That's going to be a large recipe. That is the other thing that, like, pounds and ounces maybe would be better for, is like large amounts, but I'm not sure. Like butter. Wait, how many? I don't know how much you use in grams, because I know what's proper nice in with ounces when baking is that your classic sponge is a 4442 or a 6663. 4 ounces of butter, flour, sugar to 2 eggs. I mean, it's half the eggs to everything else. But I don't know what that is in grams. It sounds like a football formation, doesn't it? What is a stick of butter? True, what is a stick of butter? I'm trying to think what's on the packet. Yeah, the packet has the lines on it in grams, not ounces. Oh, we're such a fun country. We just like to keep things interesting, you know. Yeah. Yeah, we've got, I think we might have 25 gram markers, I want to say, on our butter, but yeah, same sort of thing. Yeah, sticks is silly. We can all agree that America's a bit silly, I think. In more ways than one, honestly, but even within measurements, bit silly. A bit. I'm being kind. This is being a bit of a bugger to undo. I watched this YouTuber called How to Cook That, and she's Australian, and they use Australian cups for some reason, and I don't understand why. Australian cups are a different amount to American cups. But then why use cups at all? But her recipes do have like every measurement variation. She has both the cups, she has ounces, and she has grams, like in a recipe book. Like you put your measurements in. Do we like them? Do we like that? We like them on an individual basis, generally. Yes, some of them. Roughly about half. Although I also like the ones that voted MAGA and now do not like MAGA and regret it. I can also be down for them. If you can, I think being able to admit you were wrong is a sign of bravery and strength. Leave this one off. Off, please. Right. Too little, too late. Yeah, but that doesn't mean we should still condemn them for making a mistake in the first place. I'm sure they feel worse about it than anyone else. Right. We're sewing the pocket bag to the right side, not to the wrong side. Which is where I did it wrong. Honestly. Why is this differently sized now? It's okay, it's fine. So I'm gonna have to check this up that's like aligned again. Smell. I put in to do a workshop or run a workshop on machine sewing for EMF last night. Hopefully that gets accepted. Yeah, this needs to go up a little bit. We're going up, 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 up. Euphoria. Da 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 da. We're going up, 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 up. Does need to be accepted first, and it also, but if it does, I might get some money back from the ticket. A discount, if you will. But I'm not sure because I've already bought a ticket. But I might potentially be given an extra ticket for a friend. I'm not entirely sure because it all says this about if you haven't got a ticket, then you can get you'll be guaranteed a ticket and an extra one at a third of the price. So now I'm not entirely sure what happens if you've already got a ticket like I do. But we'll see. I'll be a bit miffed if they don't give me a refund. But at the same time, I won't be because it's all not for profit, so and run by volunteers. But it is quite expensive. And some people would come that I know if it wasn't so expensive. Are we sure it's on the correct side now? Yes, because it goes like this and it folds under. I do need to press it though. It's quite warm making this skirt, I'll tell you that. I had the same thing making the jacket. Euphoria. Ba ba da ba da ba ba ba. Ba da ba da ba ba ba. We're going up, 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 up. Okay, to make this nice and taut. There we go. And we'll do that on the other one, which is somewhere. Right, here it is. Take a breath and breathe in you. One of the best Eurovision songs of all time. You can find me on that. My metal, I can't remember what they're called, but the bits at the bottom of my lacing tickle my bum. Well, not my bum. But it's giving me a little tickle. Right sides together. No. Yes. Okay. Top up here. God, so much fabric. Okay. And then you're getting clipped on here. Makes clothing places too. Look, you can make clothes with less fabric than this, but it's a lot of fabric because it's a pretty full skirt. Most skirts do not have. How many panels are we gonna have? 7. Most skirts do not have 7 panels. I can tell you that, because it's gonna get gathered in the back, I believe, also. Forever till the end of time. From now on, only you and I. That is quite a lot. Exactly. Wouldn't be complaining if it weren't a problem. Most skirts also don't have a lining as well as the fabric. I might just trim off some of these ends because they're going to get in the way while I'm sewing. Yep. I bloody hate working with slippery fabric like this as well. But, you know, needs must. Put lots of clips on it. I hope it doesn't move about too much. I did have to undo one bit last night because I turned the corner after sewing these pocket bags together and got the wrong seam allowance on the other side. So I was like way out and I was like, oh man. So I had to undo it and redo it. But it gave me an excuse to go over the pocket again, which I will do on this one too. Just probably separately. Because it means that anything heavy won't rip the fabric. At least in theory. The problem I had with my jacket that I bought, actually, I paid 60 quid, I think. Was it 60? It might have been more like 40 quid for a jacket. And its pockets broke pretty quickly because it's made of this sort of lining fabric and it just frays so easily. The stitching just came undone really quickly. There you go. That's what you get for buying things. It's from M&S as well. Halfway decent shop. Look at all this saltiness. Last night while I was doing that first pocket and stuff, I was watching a video by Formerly Blue, one of his Skyrim videos. I do love a good Skyrim video. I was trying to persuade Minnie the other day on his stream to do a Skyrim stream, but he said he mostly plays it in bed on his Switch, so at which point I was like, ew, playing on Switch. But that means that we're probably not going to get a Skyrim stream from him, sadly. We'll just have to live with updates. So I love watching people play Skyrim. I enjoy it if they're new to it as well. I just love the game. It's just one of the best games of all time, I think. I mean, it's got its issues, but like its bugs and stuff, but that just adds to the charm somehow. I think having so many mods for the game, even though it sounds like it's quite hard to mod, just really lengthened it. It sounds great. Play it some more on stream. You want to continue Skyrim? It can be your prize, your post-exam prize is playing Skyrim, and then also voice chatting with me or recording it for me. Alternatively, teehee. We had to finish the museum still. Well, I've played that a fair bit on my own as well, so it's a lot more finished than probably the last time you saw it. But yeah, the problem is I quite wanted to start a new playthrough of the museum with some more mods, like the cheese mod for everyone, and the Cloaks of Skyrim, this sort of thing. It does mean more displays, but yeah. I was like, well, I don't want to just abandon the save I've got, you know. Also, it takes ages, so, and Skyrim's one of those games that I kind of drop in and out of, so I wouldn't necessarily do it a lot on stream. But at the same time, it would be a good one for the variety slot. That said, they're pretty chill. I feel like Skyrim's a chill game. Even though it's like this action game. It feels pretty chill somehow. Whoop. Clip point flying. I wonder why this one doesn't need as much easing as the equivalent on the other side. Weird. I suppose it has a little bit of easing going on. Just nothing crazy. Okay. Let's sew her up. I do love that museum mod though. It's very jazzy. There are some Creation Club mods that I'm like tempted by, but at the same time I don't want to pay for them. Like the Pets of Skyrim one. I'm tempted by Pets of Skyrim every time. One day maybe I'll make a little like Skyrim cosplay thing, or Skyrim-esque cosplay. At the same time though, some of my favourite designs from the game are not the armours. So I'd be making like some of the peasant outfits, in all honesty. I think there's a lot of really nice peasant outfits. Right, both underneath. Yep. There's like a green, or there's also a blue version of it, one that's got this like pinafore on it, and I think it's super cute. And it's just like a normal outfit, like it's not anything special, but I think it's really nice. So if I were to make one, I'd probably make that one. We're aligned. We're kind of aligned. We're aligned enough. Talking of games that I enjoy and Ellie has played, the return of the Obra Dinn Archipelago mod had an update recently. I haven't had a chance to play it, but it seems to have some fixes, which is cool. And the librarian game where you saw all the books, which I was playing recently, and I did a whole run without magic, without the major magic at least, and it was good fun. Anyway, I then did like as fast as I could with the major magic, and now it's got an archipelago that's getting updates pretty quickly. Also, Anno 1800 has an archipelago now, which the dev of is like blasting through. But I couldn't really get on with 1800. I found it very sort of min-maxy in a sense. You know? You have to like be good at things. You're going for a massive update to the Civ 5. Oh wow! I've got the Civ 5 one as one of my games in the Chris and Discord's as many unique games as possible. So I'm representing Civ 5 for that one. I put everything on random. And all the sanities on. I think I went for cultural victory because I fancied it. I like a cultural victory and I haven't done one for a bit, so. I'm also representing Toem, my Star Wars Battlefront manual, and Hexcel's Infinite. Those are my 4 games in that async. There is a ridiculous amount of checks in it, and they kept having issues generating, so they've only actually just generated the thing. So I'm going to do Hexcel's while I'm away, because I can do that one on my laptop. And then the rest of them... Hold on. Oh, I got a bit far there, that's fine. The rest of them... I'll do... Can't see anything. Are slot locked, so they'll have to like find an item to unlock my game, essentially. I did go out a bit far there, that's fine. It's not crazy and it's only for a second. Wait until the next update. Also, it was Happiness and Puppet Cities. Oh, I like that. What's your issue with it? Puppet Cities are kind of annoying, but it's cool that they're possible. That's how I feel about them. They're annoying when you've got like a national wonder and you're like, oh, for God's sake. You know? Or like one of these where it's like, must have built one in every city. And I'm like, dude, can you please build this? And it just refuses to. I also wish you could purchase in Puppet Cities, because I think you should be able to, in all honesty. It's weird that you can't purchase units or buildings in a Puppet City. Happiness is too punishing. Yeah. I like that you can leave it automated. But I think automated with the ability to purchase things would be good. Happiness changes, Happiness is pretty punishing, but I think it's pretty manageable. It's a lot harder in the AP to manage it, but that also kind of adds to some of the fun of it, because you're like having to deal with, you know, all these things at once that put you at a disadvantage, and it kind of makes the game harder, which I like, because the game is often too easy, although I don't play on a hard difficulty. When you play on a hard difficulty, it just means that people go to war with you more. And they also build things that you wanted to build more, and it's annoying. So... Planning on making it optional? What optional, sorry? The worst thing, worse than the happiness of puppet cities, I think, are the warmongering thing people, and they're like, they just hate you for warmongering, even if, like, you know, you're taking over a city like, I don't know, Genghis Khan's city or something, and he kind of is a mean poo-poo head, and they're still like, you can't go to war. How could you warmonger? I'm like, have you seen this guy? He's killing all of your cities. He's yoinking everything. And he's a right nuisance and no one likes him, and they still think you're a warmonger. They can ask you to go to war with someone and then they'll still call you a warmonger if you capture their city. And I'm like, bruh. Like, the Civ 6 system for war much more. I know play Civ 6 still. As soon as I have one war, this is my life now. Oh, happiness changes. Or city states racing a city that you won. Yeah. That one's annoying. With someone that is very aggressive, you get 0 penalties even if you capture cities and keep it. Yeah. Which I think is better. Right. Pocket number 2. Ooh. Pocket number 2. Lovely. Now I just want to go over it again, just to reinforce the stitching. Request a piece and you refuse. That makes sense. I'd be a bit peeved. The other civs in the game also don't seem to have, like, that as strong a reaction to the warmongers half the time than the player, I don't think. And they do kind of suck at war, just generally, so. My bobbin runs out now, I will not be happy. I get like a sense these days for how much I've got left. My spidey sense is tingling. A sixth sense? A sixth sense? What? I don't understand why that joke My stitching's not quite as impeccable as on the other pocket, but that's fine. It will still do the job. Which is all we need it to do. Good. Right. Read it in the correct order. A sixth sense, or as you may say, a sixth sense. I still don't get it. So you want to I read it in the first place? Sorry. Okay. I've done sides to side backs and put my pocket C's in. Front to sides. Oh, this one's only one panel for the front instead of two. So, I'm sorry, Ella. Yeah, this way up. In you go. It's quite a common theme in making historical clothing, is just having so much fabric to work off with. Just so much fabric to have to deal with. Right, we'll see how much easing we've got to do on this. Hopefully not much, but I don't trust it to not be much. And oh God, I suck at easing. So we've learnt by now. Blooming clip flew off at me. I haven't pattern matched anything, and part of me regrets it, and part of me is like, it really doesn't matter. Pattern matching being so that the crosses would line up with each other. The patterns on different pieces line up. That's the perfectionist in me, which usually isn't a very loud part of me. That said, I am a bit worried about some of the seams not being overlocked, because this is very frayed fabric. But I don't want to overlock it, because that would be a step too far in the historically inaccurate for me. You know? Right, let's go until 4 today, I think, before, or at least 3:30 before we change to crisp mic. Yeah, it does sound a little weird. I do know what you read. I think you'd be excited whatever I did, to be honest. Probably have inferior cat is true. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, what? so confused. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, I got lost in the game. Oh baby, baby. Oops, you think I'm in love. I'm sent from above. I'm not that innocent. You just have to go, I found one for me to do an impression of because of that. You see, my problem is this. I'm dreaming away. Scissor Brit's got to sew a skirt while upside down. No! Don't make me. So monkey, so monkey, so monkey. Oh. Definitely get the crowd excited. I think most people would be a bit bored actually, but sure. If it was a crowd of you, Ellert, then yeah. Very excited. See, I'm a fool. So many records. Got to lose all my head. Something. What is the word? I don't remember. Sentences. It came back to me. That is just so typically me, baby. Oh, oops, I did it again. I played with your heart. You're lost in the game. Oh, baby. Oops, you think I'm in love. But I'm sent from above. I'm not that innocent. My easing isn't going well. Done with work already? It's only 4:15. Go back to work. Slacking. You stop work whenever you feel like. What the heck is this kind of privilege? I mean, I too have this privilege, but I have this privilege at a cost. Oh, well, it's a bit off at the bottom. Oh well, we'll have to live with that. Alright. Skirt on one. It's quite off at the bottom. No, right. And then I need this here panel onto oh, blibbidick. So much skirt. This here panel. Oh, by the way, I'll be releasing the next part of the Stardew Rando video series on YouTube tomorrow. I'll do a little premiere again, if you guys liked it being a premiere last time. I mean, I don't have to do it as a premiere. See, it lines up nicely. Well, pretty nicely anyway. And then I went to sew it and it didn't line up nicely. I think the premiere was fun. Wasn't it basically just you chatting though, and then a little bit of me? Once I got back. Because I was out. There were 2 hours in the beginning as well. Alright. Got a song in my head now. gap is getting bigger. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, I'm a bit sleepy today. That's probably why I'm a bit quiet. Sorry, everyone. I was going to bring my summoner in and I forgot. 1 second. There we are. Okay, so we have ourselves a fully round skirt. You guys can see over here, can't you? There we are. It's round. And I can turn it inside out. that's the closure at the back. Ta-da! And obviously it's quite large right now. It's going to shrink. Can't really see that? Never mind. Okay, so next. Mark centre front of waistband so that left hand side is 1 inch longer than the right hand side. Yeah, so waistband where it's 1 inch longer. If it's on the left hand side, then button on the right hand side. Yeah, that's correct to what I've done. Where's my waistband? Is this waistband? Yeah, okay. This is my waistband piece. Now, this is partly why I've got my corset on, because I need to double check the size of the waistband while I've got all my bits and bobs on. So if I just tighten that, get my shirt. So we won't be able to see anything for a second, but it's okay, it's not anything interesting anyway. Full outfit check, kind of. It's just to make sure that I've done things the right sizing. Okay, so I've got that on, and then I need this one to go around me on my waist. And I need it to have, oh, I should do this around the other way. I think some amount extra. Cut waistband to actual measure plus 2 inches. Here's my waist. That is not 2 inches bigger. Actually, it's like exactly 2 inches bigger. Okay. I mean, right now I can tighten it a bit more, but I wouldn't really want to tighten it any more than I've got. And the waistband is on the tight side. I have to not get any bigger. I was hoping it would be, because I've lost some weight, I was hoping it wouldn't be, but there we are. I did measure when I chose the sizing. I did measure this based on with all my stuff on, so I kind of knew it was the right size, but it is on a bit iffy. I can get quite close to it here, close to the machine. It's down a bit there, so I've not got a lot extra, but there we are. Will look good though. Okay, take my shirt thingy off, my blouse. I need to put buttons on this blouse at some point. I was too scared to put buttons on it before, because buttonholes are difficult and spooky. Let me start with an overlap. Yeah, I had 2 inches extra, which is what it says though. And what was I going to say? Yeah, but now my mum's got a new machine and it does fancy buttonholing, so I'm a bit more well, I'm a bit more confident in using it, I think. I still haven't used it, but I don't think it would mess up my blouse putting buttons on it now, so that's nice. Okay, mark centre front of waistband so that the left hand side is 1 inch longer than the right hand side. This thing's the same top and bottom, so it doesn't really matter. Let's get a pin. Okay, centre is here. Also, but it's about the only thing you've sewn in the last 10 years. Yeah, it's the buttonholes that are the spooky. Okay, so then that's the centre, more or less. Slightly to the right of that, but it's fine. And then we want to move it by an inch to the left. Wait, no, so that we want to move it an inch to the right so that the left hand side is 1 inch longer. Although it doesn't really matter because this thing's the same way up either way. So if we put it like here. Oh, it's right on this black line. That's handy. Okay. We'll say this is the right, this is the left. Just need more tricky. Yeah, well, a lot of machines have a buttonholing stitch, including this one, but this one you have to stop it manually. So you go like up one way and then you just take your foot off when you think it's long enough. And then go on again and it will do the sideways and then off and then it will go back. Whereas like my mum's one, because it's a lot newer and fancier, well, you can put like the button that you're going to use in the back of the buttonhole foot, and the machine will do it automatically as long as wide as the button is that you put in the back of the foot. It's very fancy. When we get in Pristine Cat at 3:30, well, I did say maybe 4. Sew waistband to skirt matching centre front of skirt to centre front of waistband. Okay. Leave half an inch extra at each end, laying placket flat past the centre back. And then placket flat past the centre back. Pleat or gather the excess from the notch to the centre back to fit remainder of waistband. Right. Okay. So we need to find the middle of the front. I assume we're doing right side skiller, yeah. That would make sense. It's a pocket. Okay, his skirt. Let's get the front marked. Well, I think I did say 3:30 or 4 or something. I don't know. It wasn't a precise measurement, seeing as we were talking about measurements earlier. It's kind of this white line, I would say. Okay, so then we're both autistic, and we're not the same brand of autistic, you and I. Yeah, so I think we match up like this, which is going to be annoyingly... Look, it's... Oh, if only I was just like this and then it would be lovely and matched. But maybe it's kind of fun it being not matched. It's the exact time. So good gracious. Well, you're on the wrong stream for that, aren't you? You know as well as I do that my stream is never when it's supposed to be. It's supposed to start at 1:30 every day. Get disappointed every day at 1:30. Sorry, it's not 1:30 for you, so you can get disappointed at 2:30. Okay. So from here we're pinning the waistband on. I'm pretty sure this would be right because then it'll be like that. You're 3:30. You're only 1 hour ahead, I thought. It should like match up in exactly with the stripes. It's not, which is slightly odd. Must have stretched a bit as I was sewing it. Oh no, it's because your half is half a. Yeah. It came back to me. Well, don't you guys just don't say half at all, do you? So there. Okay, so we've got to get all of the placket in colours which you do. Okay, fair enough. We've got to get the placket in by 1/2 inch. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we need this to be 1/2 inch extra. But it already is. I thought I'd be gathering. There's not a lot of excess. I thought there'd be a fair bit of gathering in this. There's a little bit, but not that much. There. That's 1/2 inch. How's that going to work? 1/2 inch. Leave 1/2 inch extra at each end, laying placket flat past the centre back. Plate or gather the excess. But then I thought the waistband was supposed to be longer by 1 inch on one side. Oh, maybe that's because of the placket. I think that's because of the placket. Okay. As we put my tools down, like when you jigsaw pieces drop, so keep looking to see what my clips and things when I do this. Jigsaw brained, I love it. So it's saying about gathering in the side back piece. So there's the side. So it's saying about there's like some notch or something in the side back. I see a notch. I think. Hopefully it's not just a rip. I reckon that's probably a notch once upon a time. Okay. We can put one there. It looks about the right position. Maybe. It's the centre of the side back piece, and that is not the centre of the side back piece on the. Whatever, it would do. Just too bloody hard. I ought to press all my seams first, really. That would be ideal, but I haven't done that. So I'm just going to be careful about it. Is that notch top notch? Oh my god. Stop. Okay. So then we'll gather the skirt from, there's like this gap here, right? So we'll gather this bit in to fit into the waistband. At least I've got the joke. Yeah, I mean, true. But I wish I hadn't. Okay. Side back is this piece. I'm getting a little confused about things. Stuff and things. That one, yeah, that is in the right place. So then on this side it needs to go here. And we'll clip up to this piece. So we'll have a flat waistband, flat dress, skirt even, until we get to the side back. Oh, it's supposed to be so that there's half an inch extra. Oopsie, made half an inch. Why is this difficult to do? Yeah. Should be half an inch. Yeah. Okay. Keep clipping. Do like one more. Like this line here, I think. Okay. It should be about even. Roughly, if I go for the midpoint, which I think is this here yellow one. Yeah. And we can line these seams up and say that the waistbands, well, the gathering is going to start at the same point. So I'll move this one down a little bit so that it's nice and even. Cool. Oh. Oops. That's supposed to stay on there. That's half an inch. Run. Run. Okay. I guess we gather first. Yes. What I might do first though is trim off some of the nasties. And first, let's swap over to the good mic. Ooh, it is time. Yeah. There we are. Crisp cat engage. Right then. We need to sew. Is the placket also... Okay, placket is not getting gathered. We need to sew some gathering stitches in the skirt. It's going to be in a bit of a weird position, but that's fine. Just do it a little bit to the left of this. That sounds suspiciously like a bobbin running out, but maybe not. Oops. Should have done this bit first. Get under there. Right, there we go. Backward tea, high quality cat time. It is also yo tea. Ooh, I might have put this in a slightly awkward position. It's fine, I can just unpick this first stitch to use as our gathering stitch. I also should have probably not done it this side, but that's fine. It's not legal from this room, true. Okay, we will be using another pin in a minute. Different discipline. It's true. So now we take our threads, which I've decided to do really short. The way I did it. And we just gather, gather, gather. Oh god, the tops of this is horrible. Oh dearie me. To tidy this up a bit, it's hard to work with. All this fraying. I mean, this is why we zigzagged it, so that it wouldn't fray too much, but it's still a lot. High quality ASMR breeze. Oh god, no. You don't want that. Why is it getting stuck? Come on. It's not going to get gathered that much. Because I'm looking down, that's why you're getting the breathing. I'll try not to breathe while I'm looking down. I don't like ASMR, it creeps me out. Where the devil did the threads go? Where the devil? Right, there they are. No. Not nose. I'm not sure whether to do even gathers or not. I think even gathers is probably better. I don't want quite as much gathering though. There. We can maybe make it a bit more gathered up this way. Bring the gathers up a little bit. Try and even them out. I'm used to gathering at this point. I've had to do a lot of it with between Victorian skirts, Victorian blouses, Victorian and just other clothes actually that I've made. Been a lot of gathering. I really like a poofiness in clothes. What can I say? Okay, we'll secure the gathers. So I think that looks about right. Victorian everything. All kinds of everything. Remind me of Victorians. Okay. That will work. It's not my best gathering I've ever done. It will do. It's a busy enough pattern that we'll get away with it. Okay, now on this side. Let's first have a trim. Give a little hair trim. I'm just going to chop them off, even if they are threads. I would chop them off at some point anyway. And do these. Ugh, so much fraying. Don't recommend working with fray fabric, especially if you're new to sewing. Or slippery fabric. I've made both of these errors and some of the first times that I sewed. Yeah. That will help. Oops, I could do with flattening this out. Okay, there we go. one. Oh, my mum's back. I know what that means. It means tea soon. Okay. Okay, time for more gathers. What thread is that from? I'm not entirely sure which threads are which here. Okay, these will do. Okay, let's see how we're doing on the waistband front. Feels like we need way more gathering on this side than the other for some reason. I guess because of the placket, actually. You fell asleep again? Oopsie. Don't worry, I understand entirely. I'm never entirely sure if you've just like gone quiet or if you have fallen asleep. But sleeping is good. I'm a bit surprised by how little gathering there actually is in this skirt. I thought there'd be a lot more. Turns out I can't tell how big a waist is. Or hips or whatever. I did not go as far in the gathers with this as the other side. Never mind. That's probably why it had to be gathered that much more. I will pin this one. Tends to be quiet, although lately sleeping is happening more often. Good. Oh, wait, no, not good. To be fair, you are also doing a lot of like hard work, what with exams and things. Like it'll take it out of you. Okay. We've got Is this connected to this? On you go. We've got a bit of a gap here. We'll have to bridge it a bit. Okay. Very different. Why is it? I mean, I think they're just mostly different amounts of gathering because of the placket. Also, some of the gathering I feel has like come out potentially. It kind of needs a bit more gathering, I think, in places here. My leg is doing a shake. I haven't done that in a while. I mean, it used to shake quite a lot. Pulling all-nighters doesn't help. Of course it doesn't help. Best not to pull all-nighters if you can, just because you won't perform as well during your exams either. You'll be tired. But obviously, deadlines be deadlines. Okay. Oh, we're ready to stitch. I don't want to stitch it that way up, I don't think. I want to stitch it this way up. Which is slightly annoying because I haven't really prepared for that. Half an inch. Half an inch on the seam allowance as usual? Yeah. To even out some of the gathers. Take the pin out. Bit of a rough start, but that's okay. My gathers are so uneven. I hope it doesn't show too much. Okay, and then there's a little bit here. I'm just gonna tuck it in. In you get. Instead of easing this extra bit in, I'm just going to leave it till the end on the other side. And it should all push out as we're going. Squished my fingy under a foot. This is surprisingly difficult, this bit. I don't know why. Like, I don't know why it's this difficult, I don't know why it's surprising. I don't want that to have a random pleat in it. Tuck, whatever you want to call it. It better not do. Yeah, okay, got away with it. Fold you over, get you out the way. Okay. My stitching's so wonky. I really hope this doesn't make a difference, but it might. Some of these bits are so frayed as well. An idea for a new AP only building for Civ 5. Oh, do tell. Building that provides much happiness is city population. Can be received as a bonus item. Interesting. This step has made me very nervous. If it wasn't obvious. going to maybe only buildings like that. Makes sense. I don't think I've got half an inch left on this. Not even close. Not even close. Yeah, it's probably worth doing that. Get more on the back of it. This one is not half an inch either, but it's a bit closer. Shakespeare Theatre, what, the Globe Theatre? No, I don't think it does that. I'm assuming I will have to go back to where it gathers and gather it more, I think, in order to fit it in. There's so many overlapping threads here. Okay. Just as writers, that's 1 to 3 makes all inhabitants in the city content, which affect giving inhabitants. Oh. Sorry, I'm in a concentration bit. You guys keep chatting. Chat. Indeed. Settler sanity. I don't know what that means, but it makes me nervous. Okay. This one's pretty much perfectly on half an inch. The other one's 4/8. Wait, no, 4/8. 3/8. 4/8 will be off, which is what I want. So the other one doesn't come out quite enough either, but it's... Is it worth redoing? Possibly not. I'm not entirely sure why it comes over in the first place. I'm gonna have it like this. And then the button will be in that. I think this is okay on this side, that it's a bit out, if you can see. It's a bit out here, and I think this is okay because the button's going to go like here. Not sure how the ends are going to get finished. It didn't tell me to do anything about that. I might have to just sew it and have a raw edge. Well, not raw. Relatively raw edge. Normally I'd... Or do something like this where... Maybe we're doing that actually. Maybe it's like... It's going to get sewn this sort of way, and then we're going to fold it under with all of it, which is why having enough of it to actually fold under and sew would be good. That might be what's happening. But there is enough there. And then it would be flush. That's my thinking. I think we've got enough space. Right, I'm going to go check if there is tea and I just haven't had the signal. Because I want my tea, frankly. Set there's an AP game. Make it. Make the any AP. Right, back in a sec. Disappointing news, guys. My mum's still out, so no tea. It was my brother coming back. Well, we continue. Okay. Right, we have a waistband on. What am I doing? Finish waistband by folding all edges over under a half and again in half. Half an inch and again in half, covering all edges of skirt. Yeah, okay. So we're probably going to want the iron on again, because we're going to want to fold this. I would have done this before putting it on the skirt, but what do I know? So we're going to have to, yeah, okay. I think Settler Sanity will be fun. It'll be crazy, and I don't know how I feel about it. I might get very annoyed. Okay. First Settlers in Sphere 17. No! Half an inch. This is what this thing's for really, but it's a bit slidey on mine, so... Yeah, that's about 1/2 inch. Okay. When you're ironing, or whatever, you want to use pins rather than clips. Workers, no. It's already bad enough never having workers. I feel like I never have enough workers anyway. Mind you, you only need more workers if you've got more settlers. Well, I never have anything for the workers to do. So, because I don't have to live in mining for 10,000 years. Poke myself with a pin. Mining is a tech that does not exist in cat seeds. I get it on occasion. on occasion. Okay. This weirdly looks like bigger than 1/2 inch up here. It's ever so slightly bigger. That's fine. I can maybe just move it up a tad. Okay. Deathlink might also be coming. It does feel like something that's missing at the moment. Because this is wool, we can iron it quite a lot and don't have to worry. Pick both the trigger and the effect. Ooh. What about a trap link? I know some games have it. Not many though, surprisingly. Creeper King was saying about how disappointed how few games actually use trap link. Not sure how it would work for Civ though. So the single unit you have dies. Oh my god. That's called a genocide. It's not just a death. That's a genocide. We're going to have to do all this sort of thing again, by the way, when we do the hem. I hate hemming. It's one of my least favourite parts of making clothes. No one likes hemming. I don't like the tracing at the start, and I don't like the hemming. includes workers. Workers are are less bad than having some of your military units die. It's just kind of annoying. Could also technically make you use every non-capital as a oh my god, why? You could, but why? Why would you do that? Some real masochists out there. True. There are a lot of masochists in AP, it's got to be said. Still need to organise a community sync for 500 followers. Way. Oh, bloody gravity. Gravity's doing me in. That seems someone doing a pretty masochistic Stardew rando. They're crazy. I can't believe it. Why would anyone ever do that? Stephen, if you're going to give him crazy ideas, you've got to play the AP. That's the rules. You can't give him crazy ideas, and then we all have to suffer for it. I don't make the rules. Okay. This is so stupid that I'm doing this on this, like, hang. Call to Power had this wonder called AI entity where all people would be brainwashed into content happiness, but there's a risk every time that it became sentient and splits off as a rival sim with a third of your cities. Crazy. I've not heard of Call to Power though. Right, we'll sew this on, and then I think I'll press the fold. Okay. Might need to do some more trim. A wonderful gala project where the top 3 polluting cities are erased. That's crazy, I love that. Just erased. Gosh, some of these edges are pretty bad. We don't really have pollution in Civ 5, do we though? I don't think exactly that would be able to be done, but maybe something similar. So finally allows you to play the same civilization the entire game. What? In the Civ 2 to 3 transition where people were arguing over who had the rights for the Civ name. So Cult to Power had the Civ name but different devs. Oh. How confusing. You couldn't play the same Civ all game until last Monday. No wonder it got bad reviews on launch. This is going to be one that need to blimmin' edges, by the way, seams, because it's like the only one that's going to actually have the threads encapsulated. Wish that weren't the case, but here we are. That's what the pattern told me to do, and I did what the pattern said, and I'm kind of annoyed by the pattern telling me to do it, you know? Don't really want my skirt to be horribly messy with ends everywhere, but here we are. Giving it a little haircut. I'm gonna have to do this on the bottom hem as well. Oh, I hate hems. Because it's always like the last thing you have to do as well as the hemming, so it just isn't fun or interesting. It just takes forever. So no one likes hemming. But it is necessary. Right now I'm not hemming, but I will be. I will be hemming. Okay. On this tiny little wispy bit, we're ready to sew. Or next step at least. Pollution Civ 6, yeah. The humankind route of Civ switching which didn't go down well, oh dear. Not just for your cities existing, it's not for your city existing with a high population amount of production. Oh, but it does. Climate change, oh my god, it's too realistic. Too realistic. Okay, this is going to go in half. And I haven't pressed it away from the thing. Whoops. I'm not going to be able to clip most of this. This is going to have to be a pinning situation, unfortunately. Because my clips aren't enormous. Oh, I think it might better just to fold it off. Press it. I can kind of see where it's supposed to go just by following the lines. I've got nice liney fabric, I guess, so that helps. My head, my heart, my body parts, and when I can see on the weekend, always coming back on the weekends. My system. Finally made we say that Civ 6 is a good game, it's just different from Civ 5. Yeah, fair enough. I'm so used to Civ 5. I don't know if I could play Civ 6. But it is kind of nice that it's just a bit different in a way, because it means that you can enjoy both, potentially. It's like Breath of the Wild. It's a terrible Zelda game, but an amazing game in its own right. Yeah. I think terrible might be a bit far, but yeah. It's certainly an unusual Zelda game. From Civ 2, which is basically a Civ 1 with DLC and prettier. Well, that's also sometimes all you need, but yeah, that must have been a little bit disappointing when it came out, I would think. I probably wasn't born. Not to make you guys feel old. I don't know when it came out. I'm assuming it was before I was born. I was born in 2000, so you guys can work that out. It was a big deal at the time. DLC wasn't really a thing in the 80s and it was a big difference. Oh right, so it was popular. Fair dues. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to sew this down. I ought to stitch in the ditch, really. Stitching in the ditching would mean bringing it down a bit more. Bringing it down further than on this side so that it does actually go on. I'm going to do that. Body part, you're always coming back on the weekend. Oh, that's my finger. Civ 1 is a DOS game? I don't even know what that is. Civ 2 was first on Windows. Right, well, I mean, Windows 95 was before I was born. Civ 2 was Windows 3.1. I assume that's a very long time ago. I assume then that that's before Windows 95. In which case, very much before I was born. It was the one before, okay. Whereas you guys probably can't see a lot of what I'm doing right now. But it's not exciting, so you're not missing out on anything. Though was before Windows was like running everything from command prompt. Oh, I see. I've heard of like 8-bit though, and I'm assuming it's related, or the same thing or something. Oh, DOS, not DOS. DOS, or however you're going to say it. You still have a few? What the heck? Don't actually were that old. You still play some? You guys are old. Must be quite a different experience playing them to playing modern games. Some joys of old classics. I don't know if I could enjoy ones that old. Even like Dwarf Fortress, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm up for Dwarf Fortress with its text-basedness. Some of them have nice graphics and still hold up. No, fair enough. This is going to be some precise sewing. Stitching in the ditch is kind of hard. And games on floppy disks. I don't think I own it. There's any floppy disks in this house at this point, I don't think. There probably was at some point. Okay, yeah, this is going to be hard to do. So I am going to need to go into concentration mode, I'm afraid, which means quiet cat and possibly nose breathing cat. VOG Command and Conquer. Windows 95 install. Why? Why do you have that? No, don't ooh at ASMR breathe. Oh, don't do that. It's weird and creepy. Gonna check every so often that I am actually catching the edge. It would be a bit awkward if I weren't. Oh gosh, the pins are the wrong way around. Oh well. Because I used to have them and they still work. Why throw something away? Because you don't use it? That's why. It's clutter at that point. And if you have space for clutter, either you don't have enough like normal objects or you've got too much space. Maybe it seems very unlikely, and is also the reason why I never throw out anything, and it's bad. You had CDs until your new computer a few months ago. Now CDs are at least vaguely modern, so I can respect it a bit more. You have a USB floppy drive. Why? Why do you have a USB floppy drive? My stitching in the ditch is so bad. To read floppies. Why do you want to read floppies? There are good games on them. Yeah, you could probably get them off the internet now and just download them. Yeah, most of the LCD games are now GOG digital downloads. It's not so necessary. Exactly. And you don't have to store massive discs. Why is stitching in the ditch so hard? To be fair, this is a hard fabric to stitch in the ditch on. I cannot see the ditch. You want the OG experience? Oh my god. I can't. I actually cannot. '95 is the challenging period. That makes sense. I'm so glad that, like, Sid Meier's Pirates, they made a re-release of. Because that is a classic. A corker. Oh, my eyes just started watering. You have a Windows XP virtual machine for that? Blimey. That's all I can say. Soundtracks videos are played directly from CD. Gotta go underneath to get my pins because I pinned them on the other side. So silly. Oh well. You used to be able to listen to the soundtrack just by popping a CD into a music player. That's pretty cool. I don't get that these days. Oh, a little tucky. A small little tuck. Aha! Or not. A friar tuck. Just trying to feel where things are. There we go. Like installing these games on your 4 terabyte SSD. That's far too large for old ass games. You'd fit with so many on there. Because usually they indicate the game size bytes or kilobytes and then warn you that the game is large. And it's like a gig. It's funny. Or even a meg, actually. Warning you have no memory. I know 1404 sometimes has that sort of thing, but it does genuinely just have a bug where it has like a bit of a memory leak. Not ideal, it's got to be said. A whole 256 megs of RAM, oh my god. I really should have pressed this before doing this. I hope it's going to be okay. You have a lot of RAM. I swear half the things that come out of your mouth, Ella, is just, I have a lot of money in subcontext. But I suppose if you don't like go out and spend money on socialising and stuff, then that will happen. I'm not saying that you never go out, I'm just saying you don't seem to very often. As much as a lot of people, anyway. Especially if you don't have alcohol. That stuff is expensive. You don't need to boast. No, I know, it's just funny. I'm just poor. I watched this YouTube short the other day that was this woman who was responding to comments about people being like, I wouldn't want your life because you're single at 30 something. Like it's sad. And she was showing all these things that like she gets to do as that you wouldn't get to do otherwise necessarily as a single 30-year-old. And I'm like, well, that's great and all, but you must have a lot of money to be able to do most of these things, because a lot of it was like travelling abroad and, you know, doing all these events and things. And I'm like, A, most of us don't have the money to do these things. B, it's actually often a lot cheaper to do with a partner, or at least someone you're cool with sharing a double bed with, honestly. Like, I'm glad it's worked out for you, but you have a rich lifestyle, woman. Me at 38, oh. Well, stitching in the ditch seems to have worked on the inside, so that's good. I think I've encapsulated everything. There's no bits that are coming off or anything like that. No. That's okay. It's a bit wibbly wobbly on the inside, that's fine. On the outside, it's a bit mixed in terms of stitching in the ditch. But it's okay. I feel like if you're going to stitch in the ditch though, you've either got to not sew it or sew over it on purpose though, and it's kind of a weird mixture now. So it doesn't look great in places. Hopefully with a press it will look a bit better. Okay. I'll give it a press later. Place hook and eyes at opening, there should be a 1-inch overlap. So, yeah, whether I want to do hook and eyes or a button is the question. That will be hand sewn on there. You can't, well, you can machine sew a button, but you can't really machine sew a hook and eye, so. Okay. £3 hours of entertainment. What? Oh, £2.85 for Warlords 3. First game you ever streamed. Wow. I reckon the first game I ever streamed was either Minesweeper or Splatoon. Well, I don't actually know, because it was a very long time ago. Well, I'll try not to cover up the mic here. I want to try on the skirt with the top and everything on. Make sure it all fits. Okay. Pinball? Maybe, but I think Minesweeper would be more likely. Oh, I had like the Windows 7 Minesweeper that came with it. Okay. It's kind of large, but also not. It's confusing. It looks really big and then you put it on and it's not. Does that say more about me or about the skirt? There's the placket, so it's this way round. Have a look at my mirror. Oh baby. Oh baby, it's kind of awesome. Yeah. Yeah. The front being flat is kind of odd. But there we go. Right, okay, I'll let you guys see. You can kind of see it. And then here's the back. There we go. Looks pretty good. I agree. I think I'm just not getting tea today, which makes me sad. I might have to go make a cuppa before we continue. Oops. I hit the mic with my chin. Look down too far. Maybe I could put my mic on like my corset. And I've got the jacket from one of the last times as well, with its enormous sleeves. So the jacket does match the skirt, which might be cool or it might look bad. I'm not quite sure. So it's just saying to leave these edges raw. A 1 inch overlap. I don't think that's an inch. Oh, I mean, no, it's not. It's not an inch. If we're putting it like at the edge here, from the edge of the placket, it's not an inch at all. It's only a couple of eighths off. Unless that wasn't straight, that might not have been straight. Okay, now it's only 1/8 off. But the thing is I kind of want to make the edges nicer so that I don't have a raw edge. But if I do that, then there's not going to be any leeway and it will have to be over the placket like so, which doesn't work at the bottom so well. But maybe that's okay because of all because of the gathers. I don't know. I'll pick my mum's brains about that one. Yeah, and then we're doing the hem. I need to put it back on. So if it's here, yeah, I don't want to trim my skirt because it should be long. So I'll keep it as long as possible. Do a little hem. I need to make a new corset that's actually like a more accurate size. Ow! I need the desk. Okay, I'm gonna go make a cup of tea because I'm thirsty and I want tea. So I'll be back in a minute or two. Wait, one of these is a be right back. Is it this one? Hello, I'm back again with tea. Much better, eh? Okay, bad news, we now have to do least favourite part of skit. The bottom. But good news is that we don't have to hem immediately. It took forever. Yeah, I had to brew a cup of tea. I thought there was something in my slipper. Get out. Ow! Those slippers are cute. They're fluffy. They were once a bit more fluffy. They are less fluffy than they once were. Right then, instructions. Flat line. Oh, not this flat line again. I think it was sew thing on thing. Flat line the hem facings with stiffener fabric. Okay, I can do that. So it's a relay and you're the final leg. I mean, yeah, I suppose so. Usually with the tea speed run, the tea is brewed and poured and everything by someone else, and I just come in and yoink it. This time I had to do it all. Okay. So I have these facings which go on the inside at the bottom of the skirt, and we've got this canvas to weigh it down a bit so that you get a nice swoosh, a nice swooshing, and it stays bigger. Hopefully it's heavyweight enough to do that. I think it probably is. So instead of doing that, matching all our design to the wrong side of the fashion fabric and basing in place. Okay. This canvas isn't going to fray. That's the good thing. But the lining will fray. So I will have to zigzag it anyway, I think. Okay. I'm going to wrong side of fabric. Yeah. But in this case we're doing, well, it doesn't actually necessarily matter, I don't think, just because they're both double-sided. Okay, this one's the side front. Keep it nearby so I know which one's which. Now, we do want two different ones. So if I've got one like this, they look pretty even, but maybe they're not. Then maybe I have one the opposite. Like this. So that one's this way and one's this way. So, I mean, they're subtly different, but one of them has a 1 mark on the right and the other one should have a 2 mark on the right. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Let's do it. The song's in my head and it's a banger. Oh, it's nice to finally handle a fabric that isn't going to fray. Unfortunately, the other part of it is fraying as we speak. Was singing? No, it's trumpeting, raspberrying. Take your pick. It is jamming. And also using a mic. This is unfortunately back to doing boring stuff that we need to do, but isn't that exciting, I'm afraid. We've kind of done a lot of the exciting parts. In that we kind of have a skirt. There is a skirt now. It just needs its finishing. It's also not wearable at this point because it doesn't have a like catch to secure it. But I can probably do that this evening once I decide exactly how I'm going to do it. I might have to make an extendo, a little extendo bit of fabric, especially if I'm going to need it at different lengths potentially around my belly. Skirt exists, wearable, in progress. Yep, that's about right. That's about some of it. Oh my god, stay on, you naughty little clip. Oh, he's jumped off. What a naughty little clip. That's good, Alex, because it'll be on the exam later. Right, I'm not doing... Yeah, I'm just basting them together. Okay, I believe I did it about here last time. This bit doesn't take too long to do though, at least this part, the putting the zigzag in takes a little bit longer, but because we're on a nice long stitch, so it goes a bit faster. Oh, you know, by the way, how earlier I said I had a spidey sense that the bobbin was running out. It wasn't running out. My spidey sense was wrong. And or I just lied to you all. One of the two. Tea break. Why does it taste weird? What have I done? What did I do to my tea? I wonder if Ellie's fallen asleep again. Which is worse? Between what, sorry? I didn't look at chat soon enough after saying whatever I said to know what you're responding to. referring to, I should say. Streamer not having previously claimed superpowers or streamer lying to us? I see. Probably lying. It wasn't 3 seconds after saying it, was it? It's quite a while after saying it this time. You did not need to elaborate. Thank you. Let you try streaming and see how easy it is for you to remember everything people say about 10 seconds after you've said it and after you've started saying about something else. It was not less than 10 seconds. It might have been less than 10 seconds that Stephen wrote it, but it was certainly a lot more than 10 seconds that I read it. It was more like at least 30 by the time I actually saw the message because I was busy sewing. I totally read chat, sometimes I have no idea what the context was. Thank you. It's hard. Then this one has the 1 on the right. Yes. I mean, I'm doing 5 hours or something, 4 or 5 hours for today of talking non-stop. I mean, it's not as bad during craft streams because I don't talk quite as much. But to remember the context of absolutely everything I say immediately after I say it, or like 30 seconds after I say it because I streamed today. And when I've started talking about something else. It's a lot to expect. You just start out, remember? Because you only make someone watch it back. Yeah, I don't style it out because I just won't remember. I'm actually saying that I occasionally do. Occasionally I kind of will delay the response long enough for my brain to be like, oh yeah, this is what it was about. Not often, but on occasion. You guys just never know. Because I'm a professional. That's not true. I'm very much not a professional. We all know it. I try my best, but you know, being professional is hard. They were saying there's this sort of a social night thingy near me where there's this thing where like people do talks on their whatever subject they want. I would do mine on historical corsetry versus modern corsetry and the myths of historical corsetry. And yeah, I was like, well, I would be up for it, but I cannot do it with like a script or a pre-plan. Like I have to do it off the cuff. So that's my level of professionalism. I just cannot. I cannot do professional talks. Every time I've done like a YouTube intro or whatever that I've recorded outside of streams and things, I've hated it every time. When I listen to it back, I'm like, bleh. So yeah, I have to do them off the cuff and hope that I remember to say everything that I want to say, which usually I more or less get there. Even if someone has to like edit it a little bit so that it's actually got everything in it in one go. Usually it gets there in the end. But it's certainly not what I would call professional. But I don't mind. Oh, this stuff so it's like a dream. Oopsie, got a bit close there. It's fine. It's okay. We're all professionals in our own way. Not sure about that one. But sure. Ding. Oh, one more. There we go. Tea break. Oh, feeling much better now with some tea down me. Even if it's not much yet. That's a good thing, that just means there's even more tea to go. Oops, bit far again. My sister. Tea drink, the more tea there is left to drink. Gosh, you're really coming out with the philosophies today. Okay. Oh, my back is hurting. Let's switch to Ziggy Zaggy. I'm glad these pieces aren't too big. Oops. Is this where there was one? I'm going to put a clip on there to say that's number one. That's the side with the one thing. What's this bit of grot that got in here? Okay, there's one. Side, front, facing. Number 1. Went a bit far with that one. Way. We're all good. Oh yeah, isn't this the side with the one? No, it's the side with the one thing. Bonk. It's somewhat harder to press the pedals when you've got slippers on, in a way. Right, side facings, done. Now we just got to do that for loads of others. Oh, I need to plug in my tablet. It's getting a bit low. Not that I have a lot of charge left in my thingy-majig. Okay, back facings this time. Okay. Tea has been consumed, there's less tea to drink. Also correct. Right. Covered in so many bits. This fabric doesn't fray as much, but it still does a little bit of, still likes to come off on occasion. Okay, we've got one side with a... Is that supposed to be it? Yeah. With this on this side, except up this way. Yeah, that one goes on there. And then we want same sort of thing, but instead of that, we want it this way round. Look at me actually preparing and making sure that I'm putting things around the right way. Incredible. Shame I didn't mark half the things on here. Wait, this one. This one's wrong. Oh no, it's because it's like, it should be like that. Yeah, there we go. Good, good, goody good good. Why is this a different size to the rest of it when they are the same piece? I mean, I can answer that. It's because I've cut it out poorly. But why did I cut it out poorly? Why did I do that? Indeed. we go again. Whoops. See. Flipping bits of fluff everywhere. Ah, what's that for? You forgot to do dishes. Oops. I don't think you're mesmerised by this though. Something in my mouth. Okay. Sorry to have a boring part. It's boring for me too. Very repetitive. And repetitive is not exciting, sadly. Appears I've cut both of these lining pieces that are a tad too small. Oops. It's okay. That's better that way round, I think. Not that it will make a huge difference. In fact, it probably won't really make any difference. But then it's too big down here, honestly. It's very inconsistent. Oh, gosh. Excuse me. That's tea for you. I wonder if I got any belly gurgles. Any IBS gurgles. Whether you guys will be able to hear it on on the mic because of the good mic. I mean, you'd be able to hear it if I put my mic to my belly, but I'm intrigued as to whether you'd hear it anyway. I'm covered in bits of black from the canvas. Oh no. Oh, it's not ASMR. I was just more curious as to whether it would pick it up or not. Trust me, you don't want to hear him. You don't like ASMR, just memeing about it? I know, but I don't like it. With certain context, it makes me a tad uncomfortable. Okay, thank you for stopping. Seeing as ASMR is often a sexual thing for people, that should tell you all you need to know about why it makes me a tad uncomfortable. The jokes about it when it comes to things about me that I am doing being ASMR, or just my existing being apparently ASMR. Got a bit close to the edge there. Those could be considered that way. People do be into some random stuff. Well, I think that is how it started. It's kind of evolved since then, but yeah. Right. Ziggy zaggy, 1.5, 3.5. Back under we go. Oh, this is so boring. I hope it's at least vaguely therapeutic to watch, if nothing else. I can't imagine it's that great to watch either though, because I mean all you see is blue. You just see some fabric moving. We're not really seeing anything actual happening. Except fabric move. The fabric's all blue, so it's not even an interesting fabric. It just comes out with thread on it. Wow! You know? Hey ho. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. I did it wrong again. Yay! Oops. You know, I still occasionally dream of being in the Ox Coast, like at night. Usually in those dreams I'm playing Minecraft, which makes sense given it's the Ox Coast. Maybe one day, eh? Maybe one day my dreams will become reality. It's unlikely, but you never know. To be honest, it's making a bit of an odd sound. I find it more likely that I'm going to have to get a normal job and stop streaming. At least stop streaming as a full-time career, but I'll give it a bit longer. Because I do want to make it work, but it's hard, man. It's a hard industry. It's so competitive. There's a lot of people doing what I'm doing, or wanting to do what I'm doing. The only thing that really makes me stand out, apart from, like, you know, being a unique human, but then everyone's a unique human, there's plenty of people funnier than me, is that I'm doing it, you know, for longer in a day. But a shorter, funnier stream is going to do better than a longer, less funny stream. I mean, I get why. I do think I am a good streamer and that I can be funny. But yeah, I don't know. It seems unlikely right now that I'm actually going to be able to do this long term, sadly. I'd have to blow up quite a lot at this point. The Stardew streams have been doing well at least. But yeah, I mean, I can't even get money, my videos monetized on YouTube until they have 500 subscribers, and I'm at 42. So it's a bit of a way away. And I need an average of 75 viewers for Twitch Partner, at which point you get a higher percentage of sub money, and you also get various other schemes and things. And you get to go to, like, the partner lounge at TwitchCon and stuff. But yeah, that's also rather far away, as you can tell. I don't know. Like, I want it to work, I'm just not feeling optimistic at the moment. That said, I might be doing a collab with Shadow at some point this month, hopefully. If I will message her later to book it in. They give followers and some decent sized names and they don't have 75 viewers right now. Yeah, but they're closer than I am, I should think. I don't know. It's just such a hard industry to get into. And I enjoy doing it, but I enjoy it a lot more when there's more people in the chat to bounce off, you know? You guys are great, but the more the merrier. Wait, that wasn't the right way round. 2 needs to be on that side. Is this correct? No. Then flip it like this. Okay. So we have 1 here with 3 on the right. And then, I mean, I know these streams are going to be quieter than like the gaming streams and the rando streams and things. I know that. But still, yeah, I don't know. It's difficult. And at the moment, I can't really do a quote-unquote normal job either because of my health issues, so you guys get me for longer. But it means I'm independent, or I'm dependent for longer. Used to have a regular audience of 30-ish. Oh my goodness, that's pretty good. 5-6 times a day. It's different, more of a serious physics nature. Yeah, I've never consistently had viewers above in double digits at all. Never. I've had viewers in the double digits, but very inconsistently. Is this correct? No. No, now I've got 2 of the same. I don't want that. Now I should have 2 opposite. Yeah, okay. Basically, I had more people in the classroom than in streaming. Oh, I see. Yeah. Internet be like that. I think a lot of it as well is that it's hard to establish a regular audience. I feel very, like, grateful that I've got anyone. Like, there's you, there's Ella, there's Ellie. You guys are like the core. Here, like, every day. But that's what gets your numbers up, I think, is having regular people. And that's tricky. Why is this piece so much bigger than the other one? The one underneath it? That's so silly. I'll give it a trim after. I think some of my best content is collabs actually, and with more people in the audience to bounce off of. But it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing, right? Because You need the good content to have people to watch. But then I feel like the better content is when people watch. You know? It's also partly because I too don't have a job keeping me busy in the day. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the nature of the time that I do, right? Is that there's going to be people who maybe otherwise would be here but are at work and can't. But the idea for me of doing this time slot is for people that are working from home or, yeah, don't have a job. Or at least not one in the daytime. You know? Like, kind of want to be company for people. But I guess maybe it's worse for viewer numbers. I don't know. I have found that evenings aren't necessarily better anyway, so because people then are playing their own games and aren't watching. Or if they're watching, then they're not like chatting because they're doing their own thing. So it's a bit of a mixed bag anyway. It feels like you just can't win. Oh, this has got all sad. No one wants a lose-lose situation. And I'm like, I want to ask people for collabs and things. But I also kind of don't want to just leech off them. I'm like, please help me out, person with more viewers than me. But that feels really kind of scummy, you know. Like, please raid me, someone with a lot of viewers. But like, who they raid is their choice. This is one of the reasons why I don't like 24/7 channels, though. I'm a bit ethically against them, or morally, or whatever the right term is. Because, I mean, you can have a 24/7 channel, right? But if you are raiding that channel, when you could be raiding someone else to give them support, to give them your viewers, especially smaller streamers, then, yeah, what are you doing, to be honest? I feel like that's kind of selfish. And I understand that you've got bills to pay and things, but still. Your bills are not going to get paid from a 24/7 channel. I wouldn't have thought. Maybe they do, but still. It works for me too that people can listen to me while working. Yeah. Pick my morning side to help me give motivation to get up in the morning. That's pretty good. Mine is still motivation to get up in the morning despite starting in the afternoon. Well, what is handy about your morning time is that we don't clash, actually. So I'm quite appreciative of you doing it in mornings. I think it is also why my streams tend to get the most viewers around this time of night, is because people are then like putting it on while they're cooking or eating. That sort of early evening before they start doing anything of their own. I'm got the wrong stitch. I wasn't paying attention. Oops. Let's just put my clips back on. I mean, I guess I don't necessarily need to stitch it twice, but I think it's probably better to. Then radio sales makes perfect sense. You want your viewers to stay on your channels as long as possible. It's disastrous resource. It makes total sense for a business. Oh yeah. No, I know. I'm saying morally, not. And usually, whatever's the best business practice is worse morally. That's generally the case, it seems. Maybe I do just do this once and not do the whole stitch it together first. you want to make money in this world, you need to... The more ruthless you are, the more money you'll make. And the easier you'll make it. Which is slightly depressing. There we are. The truth hurts or something. But yeah, it's a shame because, you know, these are people that they were once small, you know, as well. So they can understand how much a raid would mean to someone. But they're like, no. I mean, I can't blame him too much, like I say, but it is disappointing when people have 24/7 channels, and it's especially disappointing when they raid that channel. Raids are so powerful. It's basically like the way to get an audience quick. Oops. Like, you can increase your audience so much from a raid. Oh no, I'm running out of battery. Am I out of battery or just running out? Oh, we're on 20%. Okay. We should make it to the end of stream, I think. It actually told me today, at least, when it was running out of battery. Unlike last time. I'll have to practice what I preach if I ever become big enough, though, to be considered a big streamer. to raid other smaller streamers. Otherwise, I'm gonna have egg on my face. No one wants that. No one wants egg on their face. People will call me Eggy Face. No, no, no. Oof, ouch. My bowels. Oof, ouch, oof, ouch, oof, ouch. Oh. Gurgle, gurgle. I assume you guys didn't hear it. Oh, it's still going a little bit. Yeah, dearie me. And there is said reason why I can't really get a normal job. I mean, I do like streaming. This is what I want to do. But it's just the more time goes by, despite putting money and effort into it and things, the more I'm like, yeah, I don't know if this is viable for my future. You have to be so... Well, it's not really luck, necessarily. Sometimes it's luck, but I am a believer that you make your own luck in life. But it is like... You kind of need to have a break that you can't necessarily predict. It's unpredictable. Various noises happening right now. You can't hear any rumbling. Fortunately, I've misread that. Well, that's probably a good thing for you guys. It is nice to see people like Twisted Owl earlier though, who like maybe followed ages ago and just turn up randomly. It's nice to see people kind of come back after that time away. So it makes you feel like you're actually, that the follower number going up actually means something, you know? Because it can just be like number go up but nothing change. Which is true for most of the time, I feel. Please don't mistake this as me complaining about things though. I mean, I guess I am kind of complaining, but I'm also like grateful for even being able to try it, you know? I think that's my edge with the 2. Yeah, that's my 2 edge. On you go. Oh, blooming tuck. Fry a tuck, why? Luckily, no one will see it. The opportunity to do something like this for fun came up, and it was sort of something I wanted to do for a long time but didn't know how. Well, that's pretty cool. Are we still, how much battery have we got now? 17. We're still good. We're still good for another 10 minutes. Unfortunately, nothing interesting will happen in those 10 minutes. But the good news is that I will definitely get my skirt done in time for my little holiday, and then I can have my photo shoot done. And by photo shoot, I mean have my mum or sister or whoever's there use my phone and take pictures of me on a Victorian pier. So it's a photo shoot in a loose sense. A group of us decides that we'll have a go at streaming. That's pretty cool. I think having a group like that really helps, like a team, if you like. That's partly why I want to join Yugs so bad. I hate it when people say so badly. Is that yeah, it's a group of streamers, so you can support each other, because you can, you know, our viewers will wander between them, see who else is in the group, but also you can do a lot of collaboration streams and streams together and things, and so it's not just single player all the time like it is for me a little bit. And I mean, I could do multiplayer stuff, but it's different when the other person is also a streamer. Collabs are good. I will try to do more of them. Even if I'm just like known as friend of the Yogscast, because then like friends of the Yogscast often turn up in like the Jingle Jam streams and things, and it's very good marketing. But also, like, I've got ideas for like competitions and things between different streamers, and I think it'd be fun to do some of them, but you know, I don't have the streamers to do it with. Guess who does? If there's connections, Bree never pushed us that way. Oh, sorry, I didn't read them all before. It happens that the people I streamed with on a Saturday morning were a Bree-cord games night team that I got along with and was like, do you want to be on my stream and play games every week? That's cool. Never push us that. What do you mean never pushed you that way? I was planning to do a collab with Bryony. She was up for it. I did have to keep prodding her a little bit, which I felt bad about because I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, maybe they don't want me to prod them anymore, you know. And that I'm annoying them and I'll put them off. But usually they're fine, and it's just my self-doubt talking, and frankly my mother's voice talking. But yeah, then she got her different job and doesn't seem interested now that she's got less time to stream. So Shadow's my next choice. But I think Shadow would be more up for this sort of thing, like doing randomizers and things anyway, so because she's a Zelda fan. I think she's done Zelda rando before. Weirdly, my random like little IRL test vlog that went up on YouTube did weirdly well. I don't know why, and it's kind of annoying. Yeah, the battery bank died, it's fine. It's kind of annoying because, you know, these other videos that I put more effort into get less views than me just walking around a blimmin' forest. And its name is IRL Test. You know? People get curious about IRL things. Yeah. I mean, I'd love to do more IRL streams and content, but it does... It's a lot harder to produce than stuff at a PC. I was hoping that the, like, Stardew YouTube community would get into the randomizer, because there is quite a strong contingent of Stardew YouTubers and people that watch Stardew YouTube videos, you know? Like IRL vlogs then. I don't know what I'd do in them. But like I say, it's a lot harder to do then than some things with equipment wise. I just want you to get multiple episodes up. Yeah, potentially. Generally part ones are the most watched, but weirdly with my Twilight Princess one, part 7 of all of them got more views than any other. And I'm like, why part 7? What happened in part 7? Actually, part 1 and part 2 isn't available yet. Yeah, maybe it's just added to their watch later or something. That's the other thing. I add a lot of videos to my watch later and I never get around to watching half of them. So I'm part of the problem. Ooh. A bit nuts there, didn't I? Some people get random raids from your streamers, but that's not how Bree's community operated. Not that I'm complaining, but like some people have had more opportunities. Yeah, I don't really know of anyone that's been raided by your streamers. I feel like they don't... Like, Bryony raids animal stream channels after doing the bunny feedings in the morning. And Sips, well, Sips' mods do the choose who to raid, and they'll sometimes occasionally do people in the community who stream, but more often than not it's just like Ravs or Justin, whoever is online that he plays with. It's kind of fun that the mods get to choose though for them. I'm not often there at for most streamers when they raid, so because they'll stop like over dinner, and I'm like, well, I'm having my dinner. I could see Harry raiding random people. I feel like he would. For some reason. It just gives me that vibe. I like watching Let's Plays, but I never start watching them until they're at least halfway with the upload. Really? I'm not like that. I will watch one before it finishes, and I'll be like chomping at the bit for more. But then I don't watch YouTube that often. Well, I am, that's a lie. But I don't watch longer videos on YouTube super often these days. I watch more shorts at the moment, which kind of I don't like, but there we are. I don't like that I watch a lot of shorts. The series, why do you want to wait for episode when I'd rather watch whenever I want? Because you want to watch it as it comes out because you're excited. I don't know. That's how I feel about a lot of them. Yeah, I realise I only have to do half the stitching really than I was doing. Good job me. Oh, one more to go, but it is dinner time. So, and I'm running out of battery anyway. Chago Conroy, I don't know who that is. I think the LP I really got invested in was when Sips plays Pirates. I watched it while writing my thesis. Oh, I loved so many of Sips Let's Plays. I used to watch a fair few Let's Plays. I've watched a fair few Minecraft ones. Oh, the Yogscast Minecraft series are all so good. Jaffa Factory 2 was pretty done. Great. Love that one. I mean, the first one was great too, but the, yeah, number 2, the revamp, also very good. I think having someone on the team that actually knows what they're doing, which is Barry, really. I mean, Duncan sometimes does too. Lewis these days, he can't be bothered. He used to be that person, and now he can't be bothered. Anyway, yeah, it makes such a difference. And so it's pretty good. Anyway, I'm going to stop stream now. It's dinner. All I've got to do now is sew this thing on. But tomorrow will be back to Stardew. So, that's the end of the sewing streams, I'm afraid. Yeah. That said, I will post pictures of it finished. But yeah, I mean, the skirt's pretty much complete. From the outside, it's not going to be any different from how it is, except for the skirt will actually have a bottom on it, because these are going to go inside and it'll be hemmed and things. So the skirt will actually have like a proper edge to it. That's the only outside difference. I meant to say Victorian cat would be good to see. I do the hair and everything. Yeah, and I need to put this on here. But what I think I'll do is I'll make these edges nice. And then I will probably extend this one. So I get a few different size options for going in and out. Or I might not though, I might just do the one. But I haven't really got enough space. I could finish these off and put it in here, but then my placket's not going to do much, so like the placket will kind of be for whatever. So I need to put it like here for the placket to actually do anything. Which, I mean, maybe that is fine actually. And then, yeah, it would be like this. There it goes. Nope, we're down to 10. Alright, so yeah, we've got a waistband on. We've got pocket C's. We started off with pocket C's in this stream. Lovely pocket C's. They look more capacious than they are, I will say that. But it's good to have skirts with pockets. I don't get that very often. Have a good evening and rest of your day. I will be back tomorrow for some Stardew. I'll also schedule the next part of the randomizer to come out. Yeah. See you tomorrow then. Bye bye.